campus as graciously to co-host. Despite the fact that you have to come conference in next month. So I'm asking to invite you to come here to join. That's the way we did it here. So June for you see how we done here. Okay, so the familiar with me today is about the yesterday because of science. We may receive the representative of the also expect to receive the representative of the vice chancellor because he is detailed with the validation program on chancellor last year. We have promised that president to be held here. This morning. So please let me welcome on next to you. On the seats here, we have professors, so we have assistant professors, we have senior lecturers, and we have some with the beginner. So one thing about actually in our Circularity Africa conference, we don't suppose circular. We don't carry our title for head. Every one of us is an important. Welcome someone to the left, welcome to your right, back, and then welcome yourself. So we can start the only ceremony and very quickly add that we don't want to agitate us any further. We will remain here the rest of the program. So when we are on tea break, you can see some people will have to come around and decorations for where we have let's leave this place. But it will not disturb us. When we are out enjoying our break, we can be so I want to hand over to Bobina. So like this next one. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? That's fine? Okay. I don't know what it's our American. Yes, I previously talked about how Friday and well, some of us from the hospital, it's not good. So what was it 9 o'clock? It's 9 o'clock. 5 o'clock, here we have that going Friday. Today is the 7th of Christ, and we're happy to have as just said, it's getting bigger, better, and good. And I'm not sure one person is speaking. So when we combine, we call tickets. So, today, everybody have like our report of report of previous year. But because of the time, we share that data. Giving you that also reports. But this morning, I think it's united to welcome all of you. The capacity here in Togo is the week of activities. We started yesterday at where with 3 branches like we are having addresses from there and the court of the council. And we also have some awards and Friday day for picnic. So we try to make the conference a relaxing moment for everyone, not just memorable, but also relaxed. As we earlier today, I already about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you on behalf of the NOC and everybody
enterprises and others, you are welcome to it promises to be a great one, and we all make it great together. Thank you very much. That was a section here. I'd like to welcome Professor John Agri to formally open this. Thank you. On behalf of the I don't know if there's sorry about protocol, but maybe good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you to Ocean State University. You are welcome to Ocean. It's my great pleasure to be the co-convener of this remarkable gathering of intellectuals, students. I have no doubt that we are going to have very wonderful time in the course of this meeting. For the sake of time, like the convener has said, I plead the indulgence to declare the meeting open. Thank you. Yeah, everybody's trying to raise his time. We have somebody online. We're expecting somebody online. That is from next week, DLC. Online now. You can quickly deliver. Can you confirm if she's correct? And what while we think there's another other people of the state one of our partners we found out and then it's 30 whether the person good for or we recorded interview. So after this break, ceremony will go to the people. You know that I want.
Mrs. Victoria, please, can you unmute yourself?
Academicals, and I am the founder of Circular Africa, which is a consultancy and knowledge sharing platform. I'm the initiative taker and research topic coordinator of a special research issue called Accelerating the Circular Economy Transitions, Innovations and Developments from Africa.
Can you unmute yourself?
If you would find it. Morning, everyone. My name is Academicals. Good morning, everyone. I am the founder of my name is Africa, which is a consultancy and knowledge sharing platform. I am the founder of I'm the initiative taker and consultancy and knowledge sharing platform. I'm the initiative taker and research topic coordinator of a special research economy transitions, innovations and developments from Africa. Transitions, innovations and developments from Africa. if you would find it, if you would Google accelerating the
Morning,
economy
everyone.
transition, you can find it.
My name is
Done in collaboration with the academic journal Frontiers and Frontiers. In this research topic, we brought together academic research from 38 authors across 6 African countries, including Nigeria, in 12
Morning,
peer-reviewed
everyone.
and open access articles.
My name is
Africa, which has been a very important step in documenting innovation and taker and consultancy across Africa,
special
and as well as building knowledge that are
special
research
research
for these African countries, innovations and
Sorry,
development.
Similarly
Economy,
to this conference,
which brings together researchers and stakeholders working on the circular economy.
Morning,
This is a very
everyone.
important step in advancing
My
the
name is
transition towards done circular in economy that collaboration requires with a the very academic strong journal multi-stakeholder and disciplinary collaboration, frontiers, in which I in believe this research
research
topic we brought together authors
Morning,
across
everyone.
6 African countries,
My
including
name is
Nigeria, in 12
Morning,
peer-reviewed and
everyone.
open access articles.
My name is
Africa, which has been a very important step in documenting innovation and taker and consultancy across Africa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elke Nijman Roos, and I am the founder of Circular Africa, which is a consultancy and knowledge sharing platform. I'm the initiative taker and research topic coordinator of a special research issue called Accelerating the Circular Economy Transitions, Innovations and Developments from Africa. If you would find it, if you would Google Accelerating the Circular Economy Transition, you can find it. Done in collaboration with the academic journal Frontiers and Frontiers. In this research topic, we brought together academic research from 38 authors across 6 African countries, including Nigeria, in 12 peer-reviewed and open access articles. This has been a very important step in documenting innovations in circular economy across Africa, and as well as building knowledge that are and tailor-made solutions for these African countries. Similarly to this conference, which brings together researchers and stakeholders working on the circular economy, which is a very important step in advancing the transition towards circular economy that requires a very strong multi-stakeholder and disciplinary collaboration, in which I believe research plays a very important role, especially in testing, developing, and scaling innovations that are applicable to African countries. In many dialogues and research on the circular economy, there is still a strong focus on waste valorization, waste management, and recycling. Although these topics might be low-hanging fruits, during this conference, I would like to challenge you to think to actually take the step to the next level, moving beyond waste valorization, recycling, and actually identifying solutions and designing solutions in which no or limited waste and pollution are created by advancing the circular economy and creating solutions that are applicable for African countries, but also will unlock new economic opportunities. I think it's still a little bit a big task ahead when it comes to circular economy research, and therefore conferences like these are very important in helping to identify these type of solutions. I wish you a very fruitful conference, and I'm sending my greetings from Rwanda to Nigeria. Thank you.
Like to come on stage. Let our hands together for my Just thank you the verse again that. Okay. Over the flag, you see? Yes. Finally, before you go is emeritus professor. I know when I say emeritus professor, people all understand, right? Right. A retired professor is a very active person in something. I hope the teachers of so I hope you are kind of there before. Please put your hands together and God this is what I work for, and you never know me there for hours. I remember this from the daughters. Wow. Maybe hours like for you, we are on the analysis with not like the same as we and put the icons. So today I start to talk about my food. I'm going to get it. I said, no, I can't ask for because I'm not established. In fact, now that God has opened the confess that Bethel is better than I am. They also have another baby. If people want who is also a keynote speaker. So, coincidentally, we are the father in Delta. Also, how we make them almost good science. I was wondering why do we begin here? Almost good scientists and academics with decades of contribution to food technology, food science, and agri-food systems in Africa. It was an emeritus professorship in the Department of Technology, Faculty of Technology, University of Ireland. It's a distinguished career in the field. Career as over many decades and is involved in teaching and institutional leadership. In fact, Professor Dr. I think we got a new meet. We have met him already. She's one of Prof. Nancy. And one of our possible head. But that is not the problem. This is what the professor in the party is on my days and we are going out to do what she's doing. And she's not just a lady who will date. She's not just an academic, but she's into value addition to so you get an education style, see what she's doing. And everything representing food technology because of her. I don't know. So today, things like this now. Food being that is already on and everything I can talk about require a role model and so I'm going to talk about this house. I'm saying you understand the now make well, thank you very much for that. I'm truly glad to among you. Pleasure to enjoy 1978. Became a professor by 1988. So, for me, being an audience that is truly inspiring because I see it as giving back. I wasn't sure what the audience would be like. So I've selected a topic that I hope will be of interest to us as we go through. Now it's entitled African Traditional Food and Food Security Challenges, Building Sustainability and Resilience through a Circular Economy. So we'll be talking about African tradition. When I was sitting there, I had about 3 years. Don't have many people know about here from here. But that is one of our traditional indigenous tree fruits, just like our bones, fish, and the rest of them. So that is what I'll be talking about. I'll be talking about our traditional food processing, things like fermentation, bakery, dawa, the rest of them. So I hope I will do a impress with you. And how that relates to a circular economy, where the main emphasis is on efficient utilization of resources, reduction of waste, cycling, regeneration, and the like. I hope somebody will help me with moving the slides. Next slide. So, the leading global challenges in Africa and other parts of the world, which are largely driven by rapid population growth, include food production and security, as we'll be talking about, water resources and security, which is related to food production, energy supply and security, which is also related to production, nutrition and health, of course, of interest to us, conflict resolution, major problems that we have, particularly this part of the world, and ecosystem and climate change. The world population now stands at about 8.3 billion, with Africa the second most populous country, accounting for about 1.6 billion. The world population is projected to reach 8.5 to 8.6 billion by 2030, which is just around the corner, with the greatest increases occurring in developing countries of Africa, Latin America, and Asia. These countries have the greatest food demand, but the least supply. Made up of 54 countries, with a total population of 1.5 billion. Africa, like I said, is the second largest country. Well, has the largest number of countries, with each country made up of a large number of tribes and ethnic groups, over 300 in the case of Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, with over 2.2 million. So food and culture are inextricable in Africa, and cultural influences on the diets of Africans are reflected in the vast dietary diversity in the different parts of the country, which is a major advantage for sustainability and resilience. So our dietary diversity the major advantage like sustainability. So what are the particular developmental challenges of Africa? One, of course, is high population growth rate. 2 to 3% per annum in many countries, around Africa, including Nigeria. So while in many parts of the world, population is growing very, very slowly, or even declines, in our own case, we have an explosion in population. Pervasive poverty, and I need not say more about that. The worst one in our country, which is the current part of the world. No matter the development that you have, if you see how poverty, then for me that development is not inclusive and does not make sense. Then we have food and nutrition insecurity. We have poor healthcare system, lack of access to quality education, gender inequality, conflicts, particularly in our nation, conflicts affecting food production, affecting so many things, digital talent, and of course climate change. Africa accounts for less than 4% of global warming, but bears a heavy burden of the damaging effect on food and water security. So we contribute very little, but we suffer the most. Sub-Saharan Africa bears the highest burden of food and nutrition insecurity and foodborne illnesses due to unsafe food. Protein energy malnutrition in children and micronutrient deficiency, leading hunger because you don't see it. The child looks okay, but it's really suffering. Especially vitamin A, iodine, iron, and zinc, and widespread with devastating consequences of productivity, intellectual development, and maternal and infant health. Some sub-Saharan African countries, such as Nigeria, and Chad, are among those with the highest under 5% poor, greater than 100 per 1,000. The annual economic loss from deaths due to foodborne illnesses in sub-Saharan Africa is estimated at about 39 people. So factors affecting food security in Africa. Pervasive poverty, like I said, over 50% of the population in many countries of sub-Saharan Africa live below the poverty line and are food insecure. In our own case, well over 60%. And the Yoruba proverb that says, I'm not Yoruba, but I go off to get part of the world and come and survive. Front of care, hard on and occasional care. So there's the Yoruba proverb that says, the Yoruba proverb in English, so I hope I will remember that. You will remember that. For agricultural production, high established food losses, even what you produce as much as 10%, because you are just producing for insects, and producing for rats, and producing for all those things. Seasonal food shortage, time of harvest, food, very abundant, but then after the season, nothing. Now we're in mango season and everybody is selling now. Give it 1 or 2 months, completely subject, even if you have 1,000, 2,000 naira, don't buy it of mango. Like that's not the case, develop countries. Beautiful society, high food prices, poor healthcare system, low level of nutrition education, cultural factors and taboos that we give access in the family. The father will be the prime person that gets the each. Children that need the each, that need the protein, which is this to get it. So that those you need to eat meat at that age, it begins to begin to steal, which all are fallacy. Then of course government policy failures. You can give a whole lecture of that's what you do, but you will steal. Agricultural production is very inefficient in sub-Saharan Africa. And productivity that is brought here per hectare and output per unit animal is very low compared to developed countries. Small resourceful farmers account for the bulk of food production in many parts of including Nigeria. But 90% of farmers that we produce locally are by these small farmers. And when government announces its intervention for farmers, the target gets to them is the farmers that are carrying free cases that gets all those financial support. African countries rely heavily on to feed their people. Sub-Saharan Africa spent $43 billion on food importation in 2019. That data will see largely correct for today, with Nigeria, Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ghana accounting for most of sub-Saharan Africa family. We spend more than $10 billion annually, which is crazy. Don't have any business in country. One farmers are encouraged to there was a time we were hearing self-sufficiency right. But one day, more shortly, government will take the policy and begin to reform. And other investment by farmers will go to come. So that will be like possible that we are involved. Food laws are also great. I think I will just keep it. But the point is that for us, what we have is actually our fresh growing and post-harvest loss because they are all very highly in shape and they are due to lack of infrastructure, food chain. So, as I mentioned one, I think that 50% of the farmers will not even leave the farm because there is no room to transport them. That is not loss. That is loss and it's not waste. Whereas in the industrial country, most of the waste will occur at the same level or in the oil. The food is good, there's so much of it, it does not waste. That is it. It's still good food, it does not waste. In our own case, it's a loss, but you cannot get it from because you cannot leave the farm, but because there are no preservation techniques that will make sure that you get to when it comes to person. The economic portions of sub-Saharan Africa are highly susceptible to adverse global economic situation and the detrimental effects of climate change, agriculture, water, and energy. Many parts of sub-Saharan Africa, including Nigeria, rely heavily on ecosystem services for water, energy, and including rainfed agriculture. Rainfed agriculture, rainfed irrigation going on. And traditional unprocessed biomass, that is firewood, coal or animal food, as sources of energy for cooking and food production. So, those are the things that we need for food production. Wood, rest of them. create problems when it comes to climate change. I talked about Africa's rich diversity. Africa's diversity and sustainable. There are hundreds of desert crops and wildlife plants that are part of Africa's rich biodiversity that contribute to food security and play vital roles in the economy, particularly in rural areas. We talk about global, the industrial world. Once you mention maize, rice, wheat, soybean, and part of their income. But for us, we have a wide variety of crops. And even wide that are not good, that we do. Hundreds of them. We have to keep advantage. Because the nutrition, we keep the diversity. The more diverse the diet, bigger the chances that you have a balance. Some of them are highlighted, like bitter leaf, like cocoa. And they are very, very nutritious, very rich. You look at their contribution, they are more important nutrition than things like lettuce or spinach or broccoli or whatever. So these are definitely. They also have what we call nutraceuticals. These are health promoting compounds. Things like your flavonoids that actually protect against something because they are chemical. They remove free radicals that cause cancer. These are things that are present in most of our. This is a beautiful food. We ignore our own character. So things like chocolate, the wheat, or candy, water leaf, are things that we should promote. And foods like baby, environment, uru, like I mentioned. And I've said it, I'm extremely proud of Shaggy. And what she's doing, because she's turning this thing into real fun. When it comes to Haiti or in Ghana, it's actually a granddaughter. Because I supervise Dr. Kopala in PhD, who was her own supervisor. And by the grace of God, grandson and grandson, some of them are that we but one that I feel like you are ready. African traditional foods and building resilience because our title lecture resilience. What I understand they are finding this resilience relative to conventional food and are highly adapted to harsh growing things. Talk about sorghum, millet, maize, rice, and wheat. I really cannot. While we are promoting such things as this, we have all these other traditional skills that are very everyone that are even more nutrition than indeed wheat and rice. So in the cultural space that we are going, and until we pray for this, we cannot make any development. And I don't see my own generation break. But perhaps yours will. They are very well other sources of faith. It's when I have that now remember that they now become our own. If I were the president of Nigeria, I would want to We will not suffer for a while, but within 5 years, this country will change. That was what happened to China. They suffered for a while, and it's a different country. Until we are ready to do that stuff, we continue to depend on other countries. As I said, they are nutrient dense, they are rich in protein, fiber, micronutrients, and are often the cheapest sources of many essential vitamins, such as vitamin A, carotenoids, ascorbic acid, and the rest of them. Many of them, like I said, are very important functional, as somebody mentioned. The functional foods are those foods that have unique health promoting properties, rich in functional foods, and are rich in nutraceuticals, including polyphenols, tannins, flavonoids, and flavonoids that exert demonstrable antioxidant, free radical scavenging, and enzyme. And that's why they are able to protect. They are used, of course, in traditional medicine for the management of the wide range of illnesses, including malaria, anemia, stomach ache, diarrhea, intestinal, other parasites, and for bio-related non-inclusive hypertension and cardiovascular. But those are likely a few of them. They are not very, but these are likely advantages with life here. If you look at Amaranth, for example, Texas, and African coffee, and African eggplant, exactly, and baobab, and the calcium, that very, very high. They are also very, very rich. Like that. But many of these have identified that oil, we can complete 129. It's one of the highest sources of vitamin. Baobab 4, it tells us that 300 milligrams of vitamin per 100 grams. That is 6 times, 5 times the amount that we find in orange. So how we published in 2014. I'm going to have a couple of getting statements. We want to Pakistan. With the sharing of the two. Yeah. So, well, describe some of these things that I'm talking about. You need to go around the country that I give a compliment. More or less, one out of them are not here. But you can see that the country who sell and by the one who is marketing. And then also I think of the new. It's a Google book, and if you Google it now, like somebody abroad who is selling this book, I don't know how he or she gets it from. Selling it for $20. $20, that's it. But don't put $1,000, but it was subsidized by them. Now it's not about $7,000. But somebody selling it online for $20. And I don't get anything for it. I don't get it. But I said, these are the challenges that authors face. Challenges that what makes it a lot of money for you. So food culture in Africa. So we talk about fresh meat, but we also about traditional processed. African traditional foods are part of the rich cultural heritage of they have been in existence in ancient times and still remain relevant today. If you go abroad with Korean restaurants, Korean food has become international. Indian food But they are also traditional, just like our own Gari, the Wadawa, etc. But they want to compare the marketing paper abroad and people are marketing paper. Whereas in our own country, if they remind what we have, they will get it, and we are shifting to it. African traditional foods and cultural reading. Unlike electronics, computer, technology, and modern and emerging such as canning, high pressure processing, etc. African traditional food processing techniques found preceded any scientific understanding of their inherent nature and habits. These are things that our forefathers thousands of years ago discovered empirically, trial and error. But they discovered systems that work. It's now that they are beginning to understand the science behind our research. They are and arts useful skills acquired empirically based on observation and experience over centuries rather than theory, and passed on from parent to child over generations. Even though African traditional constitute the vital body of the Christian, they are regrettably often undervalued. Again, cultural, the reality don't promote our own people. But now, in the development, our traditional. But today, Western world not be Africa to supply food. Before COVID, we just wipe out, even our poor healthcare. One of the questions being asked, how did Africa survive? And it's pointing to our traditional foods have immune boosting program. And it's now being taught that this immunity boosting property of our traditional food protected us against from the damaging effect. So these are some of the foods like Gari in Nigeria, we know them. Oji, Injera, a traditional food in Ethiopia, is a pancake like bread, and they eat a lot of it. Indeed, they are considered in projecting Injera on the global level. Whereas we are still downplaying Iru, Dawa, of course, Urufuju, Pito, those are fermented beverages. Ukshera is from Uganda, it's a non-fermented beverage. Uganda, we have Mosik in Kenya, which is made from milk. It is the equivalent of our own noodle. That's milk from milk. The equivalent in Kenya would be Mosik. And of course, we have Lahoon, which is actually fermented. We don't have fermented here, but the big thing in Benin and also in Ghana. So all sorts of products are fermented, and they are very, very nutritious. Because these are microorganisms that transform the food, and the microorganisms themselves are very, very important. So this is one of cashew production, again, by the Fulani housewife centuries ago. He uses a plant extract from palm leaves to coagulate milk to make that. And I spent a great deal of my research at the science. And one of my major contributions was to establish that indeed, this cheese making is not anywhere different from the cheese of the industrial country, cottage cheese or cheddar cheese or whatever. The coagulation is the same. Just that in their own case, they use calf rennet, which they get from an animal, but our parents, foreparents, use this extract from bombom leaves that also contain enzymes, they are proteinases, that are able to coagulate the milk. So we've established that scientifically, we purify the proteinases, there is no debate about that, and indeed, our foreign
our forefathers knew what they were doing. How they discovered that that particular plant contains something that can make milk froth, which is a protein, it's my imagination. But we are able to prove that yes, it is a protein, an enzyme, a protein that is capable of frothing. We have many of them. This is Samia. Samia is from tamarind. Tamarind is another of our food tree, just like yeye and tree fruit, baobab. So this is more popular in the north. Okay? This is a lady making a beverage based on tamarind. So we have many of that. Again, recently, this has just been published 24 years ago. Elsevier is a leading publishing company in the world that publishes most of the best-known journals. They approached us to produce a book, because as I said, there's a lot of interest on our traditional, a book on West African traditional. And by the grace of God, I assembled little over close to 50 authors, young people like you, to write this book from Ghana, from Nigeria, from Cameroon, the French-speaking countries. We had certain problems with them. They were slowing us down because of the language. Although Elsevier guaranteed them that they are willing to do this translation. But we went ahead. So this book has been produced and was published in 2024 by Elsevier. Okay? But unlike the one that I referred to, they published this book. And for you to get a copy of this book, it's selling internationally for $150. So even I, that edited the book with my young colleagues in Ghana, I cannot afford $150. It's close to 200,000 naira. So what I can do is I can send to Dr. Adeo, if you are interested, an electronic copy of this book is as good as the hard copy. So that you can have access to the book. I was only given 5 hard copies of it, and I've given one out complimentary copy that I shared. But you can read this book in the electronic copy, which I make sure I send to Dr. Adeo. So how we can move systems and circular economy? I can move quickly after that. The fundamental principles of circular economy include efficient use of resources, waste reduction, and regeneration of natural, reducing waste and promoting continuous use of biological resources is a major feature of a circular economy that regenerates ecosystems and promotes value addition. African traditional foods and African traditional food processing techniques, such as fermentation, are consistent with the principles of a circular economy. Every part of the crop is utilized in our food process. Roots, seeds, stems, roots, peels are utilized as food or seed or for other purposes. For example, cassava, we use the root, but cassava is an important vegetable, especially in East Africa. Okay? Same is true of cowpea. Cowpea, of course, we use the beans, okay, the seeds, but cowpea leaf is a major vegetable also in East Africa. So for us, we use the entire plant. Whereas in conventional food processing, there is a lot of waste. So our traditional food process is really in line with what we are talking about, the circular economy. Moreover, some plant food items, such as African glucose and the woody African oilseed, that are inedible in their natural state, are fermented into edible nutritious such as dawa, through extensive hydrolysis in digestive. Okay? The African locust bean, you have seen it, the dawa seed itself, you cannot eat. Even if you boil it, you cannot. Boil it for several hours, you cannot eat. Because it has indigestible form. But again, our parents, poor parents, thousands of years ago, found a way of traditionally fermenting what we call dawa. So without that fermentation, African locust or Tetraclectra microphala, that oil fermented into upa, nobody why okay, no, it's a delicacy is that if stock. So all these are fermented. So there is the issue of a traditional diet now being replaced by urban diet. The house came to. So so we now have animal, etc., saturated, evil milk, saturated, no problem, cholesterol, no problem, heart, no problem, hypertension. So plant-based diets are combined with fermented products to have superior nutritional diet. And that is the traditional African diet. But now we are moving to Western diet, in which again, Indomie, the rest of them are what we now build pasta, those are the things that we live on. High intake of energy, which is not good for you, especially when it's not commensurate that intake of protein. So that this has resulted really in the problems that we are facing: hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. So now, I'll summarize. Africa now faces the double burden of malnutrition on one hand, in which undernutrition coexists with overnutrition, overweight, obesity, and the non-communicable diseases in the midst of pervasive poverty, further stressing the fragile health. So we have problems with malnutrition, kwashiorkor, and the rest of them. Okay, vitamin A deficiency, iron deficiency. That's that problem. But we also have the problem of overnutrition, people taking in too much calories, that obesity and defense in a system where there's so much poverty. In the US, there's no problem. There's healthcare. Go to the doctor, you can do such people. But here there's so much poverty, and in the midst of this poverty, you can have double jeopardy you have. Malnutrition with over sustainability through redeveloping African traditional. Seed produced largely in the home and is unregulated formal food sector. African traditional food contribute to food and nutrition security, and many of them are functional foods with health promoting benefits that are useful in the prevention and management of diet-related non-communicable diseases such as obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and heart. However, their contribution to the economy, food security, and wellness are hampered by many factors. So we really need to redevelop it, because the way they are produced is not quite. Many cases have issues. So we need to redevelop it. Redeveloping African traditional through mechanization of the manual operation and application of modern food processing principles and techniques will increase production capacity, quality, and safety of African traditional food and enhance their contribution to the economy. So this is an example that production below the case. the woman pricing and we over to put the fire. But we now have mechanical roasts that come using what you call a garifier. It does the same thing, but does it under a more healthy condition and with less inconvenience for women. So that's what we need to do. And luckily, we also have breakdown now. We have presses, etc. So you can produce gari in more modern way. Now, extrusion processing is one processing technique that we push, okay? And we think it's particularly relevant, especially for cereal and legume based. And extruder is actually a small part. It can dry, it can homogenize, it can pasteurize, it can do all sorts of things within really one machine. And we have one in Durham. There is a small video there that I'm not sure if you present that play. If you click, go back on the last slide. And if you can just click on that, there's a small video there on the operation of the which perhaps you can play. You click on it. Otherwise, you can save time. I'm playing it right now. But you can save time. But if you visit our department, you can see hopefully our students. Okay, let's go on for save time. The time can come back. So economic resilience through value addition, gain one strategy and the way you're doing, turning these products into useful products. Okay? And in my book, see many of our products highlighted here, how to process them, they have improved, added to some of them, but there's a number of them are mentioned. Okay? So really, this is one of our publications, the food research on value addition. Okay? So the issue is to enhance farmers, okay, to enhance their income by adding value to some of these goods. Okay? If you were to go to Europe, North America, you have a lot of processed food made from development in food science and technology. Unfortunately, in our part of the country, even with all the research that we have done, has not really impacted the society as much as we would like to do. And some of the constraints, number one for us is lack of modern pilot plants. Very often we do this research on the lab scale, can produce products in the range of kilograms per day on the table. But to really become yes, the lab scale, we are producing a few kilograms, but for the large scale production, we need to get to at least 50 tons per day for us to make the impact. Okay? Whereas universities abroad, have these big pilot plants that are actually small industries within the university where students can even work and get money. So that whatever is done by research actually translated into a product. And I'm giving the example of Cornell University, where I did my PhD. That was 1978 that I finished my PhD. And I literally by the next plane came back with it, because Nigeria trained so they are Cornell. But if it were today, of course, that will not happen. And I will not even encourage my son or my daughter. So, okay. Rather, my neighbor is actually the daughter of my late elder brother, who is also my daughter. I have 3 children of my own. But regrettably, they are all abroad, outside the country, which is a pain for us who are here. But that is where we have found ourselves. I can't finish with a PhD in the US now, and they are coming. Even if I want to come, I'm going to completely distribution. By the time I was there in 1970, I could do research, good quality, but over the years, that just declined. So we need food pilot plants. This is the Department of Food Science at Cornell. They have two campuses, one at Ithaca and one at Eva. And this is just one of their processing labs. It's a picture that I give courtesy of them. So we are talking about huge facility. Okay, this is their high pressure processing sector. Okay. So if we go back to that slide, for example, Cornell University Food Research Facility includes, among others, state-of-the-art food venture center pilot plant, renovated in 2018 with a 30 million grant from the New York State government. That's the state government giving a university 30 million grant. Just to renovate the pilot plant itself, several million, just to renovate. So you can imagine Osho State government giving our laboratory here. Let's just say $1 million. How it should transform. But the great is not just even the federal that is not their priority. Because they don't believe in the research that they are doing. And unless we go back to the research that we are doing, Nigeria can never develop. Okay? We also have weak industry academia partners. This kind of a forum must be academic. That's nothing to ourselves. There should be people from the industry, this kind of a forum, so that we can actually collaborate. Because whatever products that we develop, until the industry takes it, it's not going to hit the market. That's the problem. All the things that Adibo is doing and struggling to. And I must say, she knows, I've done it before I wrote my book. I did all that 20, 30 years ago. So at the one point I said, I must document all this into it. That's why that came. And luckily I got that one. She can do all this unless she truly gets, unless an industry shows an interest. It's not going to pass. But she's going about it the right way, doing the exhibition, etc. So we must continue with that. The industry must be, otherwise our research will not plan. And of course, the real expert in the room, for funding. For funding severely constrained research and development. The present poultry expenditure on research and development less than 0.5% of GDP in most sub-Saharan Africa should be increased substantially to at least 1%. Okay? In Nigeria, ours even more than that. South Africa is the one that is doing best, maybe at about 0.6% of them. In our own country, the contribution to research is less than 0.1%. Less than 0.1%. So it's a real tragedy for us that we are not investing in research. And going from 0.1% to 1%, that's a lot. So we are just saying for saying that, but let's have a completely new group of politicians who understand what we are talking about. We are not going to make it. But until we make that leap, because many countries in Europe, they invest 2 to 3% of their GDP, including the US, on research and development, 2 to 3%. Israel, as much as 6% GDP on research and development. We're talking about Nigeria, less than 0.1%. So there's really no until we do that investment. So given the high cost of the modern food pilot plant, the establishment of zonal food, regional food pilot plant in African university and research institutes by government, partnership with the private sector, we promote the commercialization of research findings in redeveloping African traditional with unique benefits for food and nutrition, security, food safety, wellness, and livelihood for all of us. Like I said, I wasn't sure of the audience, so I know we are not in the position to invent, but that's the recommendation that we're making to those in authority. Fortunately, they don't listen, and they have them. Conclusion. traditional foods and great diversity in Africa contribute to food security, sustainability, and resilience. 2, African traditional food systems preserve indigenous knowledge, build cultural resilience, and are consistent with the core principles of the circular economy, which is efficient use of resources, waste reduction, and regeneration of natural resources. Value addition, like what Sade is promoting, builds economic resilience and promotes value. Like I said, lack of modern food pilot plans, poor industry academia partnership, and poor funding constrain food research and commercialization of research findings, and minimize their contribution to national development and impact on society. And thank you very much for listening.
Wow, that was awesome. Now, I've had a lot of stories from Grandpa. What my attention was when you mentioned Cornell. I just whispered to one of the participants here who met for the first time in 2015, and that was at Ithaca, the university you mentioned, University of Cornell in Ithaca. In 2015, that time I was doing my postdoc, I had the opportunity to travel many places. And the person, can you take this photo? No. Want to take their photo, that iconic photo. Come and take Prof discussing with Prof. I told you earlier that the daughter of Prof, emeritus professor, let me distinguish now. Because the time is emeritus professor, the other is a professor. I told you the daughter of Prof name is who? Maybe. And I told you that the second keynote speaker is also Maybe, but not the director of Prof. So, and I like that Prof came in just to listen to Professor Emeritus Howard. You don't know for what reason? You want to tell us the reason?
Prof is also my father. Prof is a member of the Chapel of the Resurrection, one time deputy chairman, and I'm a member of Chapel of the Resurrection, and we work on that Prof. When we first tried with my aunt, sacrifice.
But then, I want to take this photo, wait for us to take this photo, please. But I want to ask, perhaps there are some questions, right? One or two. When we take a photo, then we take the tea break. I will take only two, preferably those from outside this campus. Yes, I have one here. Okay, one there. I said two. If you can make it, can you come to the front, please? Let me take microphone. Maximum of 4 now. Please, I speak about 4 minutes. Yes. But as you're coming, process many things. Start coming. Yes, I give you first.
My name is Charles Adeku. As Baba was giving the lecture, I picked something. He said, however, our 6 times the vitamin, 6 times vitamin in porridge, which is an African traditional food. So a song came to my mind. My song said, God gives Inu or Owosu, that is Africa, gave peace, precious being for the child of Africa. And he gave what? Precious gold for the white man. Meaning that
Africa is blessed. Africa is blessed. And that could be evident in our resistance to COVID-19, meaning that what we have been eating, if we have been faithful to what we have been eating traditionally, we don't have challenge, and we did not really have more challenges during the COVID-19 era. My question now is this: when we now have this precious, valuable, nutritious, disease-preventing foods in Africa, and generationally, this is fading off, posing us health risk, reducing our lifespan over time as we are consuming all these foreign products, and additionally, discovering disease that comes, the international sick that comes from the north. These seeds come from the north, and these seeds are being pushed to sub-Saharan Africa, which Nigeria is part of. And you can't even replant these seeds, meaning that the north, they want to keep on impoverishing Africa by keep on presenting seeds to us every year. My question is this: how can we change the culture of the African people, particularly Nigeria, to embrace African traditional foods? Thank you. A round of applause for him. Next, please. More like suggestion, Ralph.
I'm Latif Ibiga by name, Osho State University at my environmental department. We are talking about, yes, both frontiers with gas research. And every institution is having governing council. What is their major rules towards this? Thank you.
Yes, as it comes out, so that you can pick. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tairo Salawi. I am a student of the University of Ibadan. I work as a private justice advocate, and I work around sustainability initiatives. So my major question, as goes to the point, is community ownership and identity and policy is a major concern in Nigeria. So I want to look at I'm asking, how will traditional food system, how can it be integrated into the circular economy policy in a way that it will not lose its essence and originality and community identity? Thank you.
Morning, sir, everyone. My name is Esther Adiwole. I'm a researcher, also an environmental chemist from University of Ibadan. So my question was regarding funding. I want to ask that, has there been any conversation in previous years about what the major challenges, why Nigeria is contributing less than 0.01% to research? And also, what is the plan of Nigeria in the nearest future to retain top talents to Nigeria? Are there any plans in place? You might have the opportunity for exposure. Is there any plan in place to bring people back to keep them encouraged?
Thank you, sir. I'm told Victoria, but I'm also for University of Ibadan. I'm in education and environmental education. I'm also an assistant audio, but the question is based on my experience, the whole of residents. Realize that the Gen Z generation now, they're having their stamina, any little effort, any little stress, you see them broken down, rushing them to clinic at the long run. And the thing was discovered was as a result of their diets. So how can we promote rational diets among the Gen Z generation? Well, realize that even some of them, the way they were trained from home, they were indomie from home. And now they need to consume more energy when they are in school, and they are not finding top of them to cope. What can we do? Thank you, sir.
And the last one.
Good morning, guys. My name is, good morning, sir. My name is America Gosline. I'm a native of Delta State. I'm a student of biochemistry department And my question goes towards, he was talking about fruits, how they, after their seasons, they are no more available. And how can we make it in a way that even fruits, after their seasons, that they can be, available, like mango, and I was talking about from 1 or 2 months, from the mango will no more be, everywhere again. So how can we make them available even after their season?
I don't know, you just but generally, it's like they want you to repeat the presentation, but that's
Well, these are all familiar questions, and I will do my best. The first question as to the dominance in respect of these seeds from the north, through promotion, because unless we have the critical mass of people who are drawing the attention of government or the general public to what is going on, things will not change. And it's even worse than what you have highlighted. It's worse. Let me just use the example of the research on Warankashi that I mentioned to you. Okay? The curiosity about those boom leaves, what's in them that is making that way to plot. Because the question that even students in my department saw, but we really could not because of lack of. And I got a research fellowship to work at the University of Leeds. And I said I was going to do this. Of course, you don't go for it, no problem. Don't bring the seeds. And the seeds we are grown in the greenhouse in the University of Leeds. So same plant that we grow here, they took the pains because they were interested in my research to grow them in the greenhouse. So really, a lot of our traditional, they're actually now disappearing. Here you can't find anymore. Agbalumo is struggling because you can go in and find. Here you cannot find. But let me assure you that if they disappear here, abroad, they are keeping all this. And ultimately, they will supply us with all these things. So it's unfortunate. We just must change our orientation. And that is the general
of Gazi to present to him this award on behalf of all of us.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Images, Gazi, and all of us here present, it's my great pleasure to present very beautiful to present to you, sir, token appreciation of your immense and valuable contribution to the growth and development of this country and University of Ibadan, most especially, and all other institutions and individuals around the world. We love you and we appreciate you, sir.
Let's say like in 1 hour, sir. 1 hour, 2 hours. Apparent government external for the data. I don't think say laptop right. Serious.
Sorry.
Ṣèbí wọ́n ti snap kan. Wọ́n ti snap yẹn tó ṣe kí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe. Àti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀. Wọ́n máa chill ìgbé kan ní. Ìyá kan lọ fún tea break, sáwọn náà lọ fún tea break.
they are not involved, so they are disconnected. So it's an important clarification. It's not a rejection of modern education or modernization. That's not what we are saying. But the implication is that they should get involved. Indigenous knowledge can actually help them to develop better and participate. So rather is highlight changes in the developmental condition through which the oriented solution are involved. When children are getting involved, there is tendency for the orientation to be positively influenced. So digital sector integration talk about physical resource processes when they are involved, they will see it. So what I learn, I forget, but what I see, I remember. There will be a guided participation when children are carried along in this circular economy. Then this indigenous education that we are indirectly advocating for in future circular system, we expose them to practice-based learning. What this study offers, number one, it will change, it will actually enhance the development of circular citizenship. Okay, Mike, sorry. A new framework where emphasizing that emphasis should not be on technology. Children should be involved, but that one that actually carry the knowledge along. And the final reflection. Sustainability is not only technical, it is developmental. We're talking about sustainability, we should not focus on technology. We should look at children as they are developing. The circular system requires developmental foundation formed in early childhood. Whatever we want to see in children, we intentionally introduce to them. So how society raising shapes how circular system endures. If you want to see them sustaining the environment, you must train them along the line. Final takeaway. Circular food system depends not on how society organizes resources, but also on how society raises to engage with those resources. Thank you very much. Yes, what do I compare production free? So while we are looking about the questions, I would like to representatives to move forward so that it's next to save our time. So we have representatives to share our next. So questions for the presenter. Any other question? Okay, thank you, Laura. During the question part, you said that society raised children outside the system. Now that you are talking about the early childhood, what's the position of parents in this study? Because the children are not the ones that are actually for parents. Then what do you want parents to do? Thank you very much. Like the board should what you have now, the parents don't want their children to get involved. Like what we always say, the person that don't vote cannot very good. So this
Thank you very much. If I may say to the two questions those are like, what we emphasize in early childhood education is collaboration. Don't work in isolation. We can organize a forum whereby parents can be enlightened on the importance of sustainability. Then their involvement is to be able to feed their children in what is right. I remember when somebody asked a question in the report during Baba's presentation that this Gen Z, they are being fed with Indomie. And now they need strength to be involved in academic work. That's why we carry parents along in every year. Because of this, children are not the determinant factor. And I taught in nursery and primary school before. I had a situation whereby I had one of the groups in my class. The boy was always coming to school with fruits that I insisted. And it was during one of the programs we had in school, we invited our food experts into the school to actually talk to parents about what is healthy for their children. So, as an early childhood educator, we can also employ that forum, whereby parents will be addressed. We tell them, despite the fact that they might be in a hurry, we see situations that a particular child was always coming to only Monday to Friday. And we invited the mom. And she said, oh, it was because of the nature of my job. And we told her, even if it is to add fruits, carrots, vegetables, once in a while, can we between that? And she accepted and she changed. So collaboration is very important when dealing with children in the area because they are not the determinant factor. By the time we expose the parents to what children start to gain or what they start when they are not well fed or they are not involved, and even to all of us, participation is very important. So she mentioned getting them involved in daily activities. Some of them, when they are working at home, unfortunately, they want to be involved. We tend to think that they want to waste our time. Ask them to go and sit down, let them be fast. We should allow them to be involved. Even when they are teaching, they're very useful. Government is very paramount. Thank you very much. Thank you. One minute or just to be uploaded in like so I just let's see. We have it. Yes, please don't then have to come here. We are presenting now. Come here, 34, 38. Kindly move here. Thank you.
I am otherwise believer. And I'm presenting a great research work. This article is on energy transition, certification, and agricultural development assistance. So, agriculture, because of agriculture is like production of material, fiber, and processing. But in all this production, we make use of energy, make use of fuel, we make use of am I correct? And all these things like this, they are causing harmful substances into our environment. All these greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, all these things harmful. They are causing harmful things to our body, our environment. Aside from this, there's a new trend, there's a new shift to come, not only in Nigeria, globally, energy transition. This shift is to transition from the use of fossil fuel energy. Energy fossil from the use of use of kerosene, diesel,
want to change to using renewable energy like solar energy. And these energies, they are more cleaner than the one we use. Well, energy transition is not only to provide clean energy, it is to help our climate. The use of fossil fuels very useful to shifting our climatic conditions. So we want to transition to renewable energy. Change our climate space more for the animals and things like this. Now, introducing this into agriculture, because every single thing, every first stage of the planting stage to the final stage of agricultural production of it, we make use of energy. And in the use of this energy, we use our this is why we are bringing energy transition into agriculture to provide a more sustainable agricultural practice. In this situation, we have a different alternative for agriculture system in energy. We can make use of solar, hydropower, we can make use of biomass, biogas, and a lot of things of internet. Yeah, there's a new solar wheel making use of solar energy, make agriculture. And which we have agriculture is a combination of solar panels and farming. Able to solar alternative for agricultural systems. There's a picture I have there where people are making farming under solar panels. This is use of solar panel and agriculture in the same. That is now being used. This is an example. This is another example. This is another example of agriculture. Instead of just taking the land used for solar panels, you can also farm under it. You can farm crops that don't or crops that do not like that also light. There are different crops that do not need too much sunlight. You can plant this kind of crop under the solar panel for agricultural system of planting. So we have wind energy for generation of energy. Even in the olden days, before this new technology came that we are using petrol and everything to generate energy, our forefathers have always been using wind turbines to generate energy, pump water from wells and them. We can also integrate that into in a new form, in a development instead of the old ways we using that was energy consuming. We can improve that kind of thing. And use green energies for irrigation. I used to irrigate our farm with liquid to supply water to our animals. We also have biomass and biogas, which that is the most important one I want to talk about. Agriculture, we have waste produce that we produce after farming and production of agricultural food. Those waste products can be turned into biomass or biogas, which can be used to generate energy for agricultural production. Then we have different ways of producing biomass and biogas. Starting comes to biomass and biogas. There are different ways. We can get biomass from animal waste. We can get from food production, waste from one. We can get from food waste. There are different ways of getting biomass from products. And most of them are agricultural waste, which can be used to generate energy for us. In Nigeria, we have this normative. Everybody suffers from electricity. We don't have enough electricity. If we use agricultural waste products to generate energy, biomass production, this is going to help us solve, at least even if it's just for agricultural assets, it's going to help us solve that issue of we don't have like that's how we can do it. We don't have that to if you can make it for all this waste. When I was making this research, I noticed something that many people know about renewable energy. A lot of people that know about solar, wind, and everything. Many people are not using it. They are not making it. People are using solar, but it's just people that are making use of solar energy to work. We need to enlighten people more on how to use these renewable energies, aside from it being physical and environmental. It is also a very
at first, the money might be so much to pay for solar wind again. But in the long run, it's also going to help us save our money and make our environment very clean, sustainable for us. Then we got some research gaps when I was making this video. There's some research gaps so that when there are not enough environmental studies for us to use to know how to use this renewable energy well for agriculture. Like the places, like for example, wind energy. We saw some things that wind energy is more better in the coastal regions or northern regions because those places have a lot of wind power. But aside from that, we are not able to get enough information. Like empirical studies, like physical studies that people have done, like they did this in this kind of place, and this is what is helping them. This is benefits, these are the advantages, but we're not able to get enough of those literature, enough of those research when we're making this. Then we also made some research gap, like not enough behavioral studies, like the behavior of people to transition from the use of fossil fuel, like from the use of fuel, do people really want to transition? People are just hearing it and just like, okay, we will do it. And people want something. People really, so we need to make more studies on how to maybe people really want to, so we'll know how to help them transition and maybe any other thing we do. Then we have some recommendations, biogas and biomass. And we need to be integrated into national agricultural and rural education. As we need to get more biomass and biogas production and energy generation. By doing this, many of our waste products we use and we just dump down, which is causing environmental pollution and then we have farmers field and schools. And it's provide it's not about recommendation, right? Big schools to enlighten farmers on energy generation, energy transition, and how to help our environment to appreciate our profession and not need our environment. Our conclusion of this research is our conclusion is farmers should be it should be better in our energy generation, in our transition form. Nigeria is not of the economy that wants to transition their energy from the use of so much, from relying too much on fossil fuel. They want to transition it to more cleaner energy. It's part of their energy transition plan to make it to attain a zero carbon emission as year 2060. It's part of their plan. And they also acknowledge agriculture as one of the sectors that produce a lot of carbon gases, a lot of greenhouse gases. They acknowledge agriculture as one of that. So they are looking for ways to help agriculture to help transition. Thank you for listening.
Yes, well, thank for your presentation. It's no longer news that we can get energy but it's high time we pursue to action of coming up with well as now the investment of Nigeria around the whole biogas large pots and can put them yourselves in that oil biogas services. So I think scientists to help us, we are all here in Circularity to aim to give this era of proposing or giving us information on what is wrong, then we should move on to coming up with solutions. So thank you very much for the presentation. I can look at questions. I'm going to take questions. I said that I hold down your laptop. You went on the first slide this time, but I took one down. So it's because of our time. So 1, 2. It's all your now. Please. All right.
Thank you, President, for your presentation. That was
Well, so my name is Tyree, I'm a student of the University of Ibadan. So I want to talk about, I'm reading about politics very now because behavior analysis system is environmentally friendly, it's increased agricultural productivity and all of that. It's capital intensive, you can't deny that fact. And many people know about this, but about the financial capability. Even some of these small older farmers don't have access to the funding that can necessarily not get what it is. But now I want to focus on the fact that aside giving information, I just want to buttress a point. Aside giving information to farmers, to educators, to this concept, we need to go to the practicality and how people can access, how we can get these payments that are required to battle this in a sustainable way. Because too much information without application can lead to frustration. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the input. Actually, my name is Oluwatosin by Oluwatosin. It's a waste. I have an issue. Then you mentioned the recipes for palm oil and maize that can be used, converting it into biofuel. I want to ask, I'm an advocate of waste people to define how to waste it. And I'm very sure that palm oil free, so doesn't have any waste. They all every stage in production of palm oil, all the recipes, all the shells and all are useful in one way or the other. So how do you want to promote increasing of waste, like you should take on increasing the waste so that we able to convert it. So I just want to have more knowledge on that aspect of health. Yes, I actually got to share. I want to ask how this solution you are providing us. And what you have said, I don't know. How can we start with the grassroots? And then trauma in the village kind of afford. How can we apply it? Then in the very same step, how can solar energy, thank you very much for your question. And for the first question, how can this be applied and how can that's one of the reasons why we do this research. This research is not only video, but if you read, you can do all kinds. I read like that. For our purpose, we want for this energy transition. It's not only agriculture, it's every single. We need policy, we need as chemists, we need to put like we need everybody to come. The question now is policy. That is very policy responsible. They're not that exclusive, of course. Everybody is policy that's going to ask things like, as I said, it costs a lot of money in the time. Very policy like interest rate. Interest rates for people to loan money to build this kind of thing. To reduce the interest rate of this kind of thing. Or to subsidize the price. Or subsidize the price of software. If farmers want to get it, price will be subsidized for them. They are more cheaper for. The downside is it's in the recommendation. But I don't feel right there. Then For the second question, do I want to promote this investment? No, I'm not promoting it. This research is on the waste solution that we already have. Not that I'm trying to promote that. The current way that if that child is not fine with it, usually say the land that they have done previously. So the waste I'm talking about, not saying I should start facing the waste that you have. How do you make it? How do you eradicate those space and make them useful? That's what I'm talking about. Do you understand? Does that answer your question? Yes. So our baby is those ways that we are. I will not just be talking. Then we talk. How to make company. About a lot of people. That's what policy holders. That is very good. Policy holders are not that is supposed to make it. Policy holders, stakeholders, they're not that is going to make it. They move to rural communities, talk to them, to come down to their level, explain it to them, usefulness, the advantages of this are going to explain that to them. And if they can subsidize the rate of price of this, to ensure that those rural farmers are able, and then it's to lose them money. It's low interest rate. Yeah, also like the difference between us this way, I use for education. I use to power the whole farm and so of us like the fire electricity or national. I used to learn it. I need to power retrofits. They are also learning the capable of power retrofit for storage and things. And it also use agro-glasses, like the solar panel. If you use solar panel, like maybe the solar panel to power the facilities, you can still plant on that. You can plant those just crop. Yeah, crops that don't really too much sunlight. That needs to be planted on that shade. You can use those solar panel as shades for crop. Thereby, you're using dual use of the land. You're using solar panel, you're also using it to make crops. Is that answer? Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. And in addition to how to make a practice, we have a project present at the Chicago, that's College of Ocean State. They are producing voucher from cassava, peel, and maize corn. These two things are waste. For cassava peel is no more than waste because animals don't consume meat. And it is being used for other things. So we took voucher products to the farmers, introduced the products to them, and we told them, well, you may not be ready to produce, or you can gather your maize corn. Tell us you have maize corn. Come for the maize corn and give you voucher and put on. So with that, we are encouraging them to use it while they are introducing them to
sensitive, antimicrobial derivatives, artificial of things from plant products before started being synthesized. So if we are using plant-based excipients to replace synthetic polymer, we have to start using the corporate polarization technique. And most times we have to use agricultural waste to be able to pursue. Then we have solvent recycling. API is active pharmaceutical. API recovery, different recovery from biomass and pharmaceutical waste. Also, the bio-based packaging materials. This is in a bid to prevent synthetic use of packaging materials, pharmaceuticals. They are individual packaging. The way you buy it for it, you have the bigger packaging and the next bigger packaging. Or it's transported or released out. Especially the immediate packaging. When they use synthetic products most times, it's literally the active ingredients and it affects the shelf life of it. For how long people can stay. That's like this is the crops found in Europe and Asia and the Americas. So that's just like so we have experienced potential from cassava, from potato, from sorghum, being able to find starches that have been extracted that bind that and diet. This is very important in fact. So we are producing drugs. They use them to make the drugs stay. The binder will make the drugs stay so that it doesn't just break off during the process of the production and how long it will job. The synthetic is when the drug release when it gets inside the body. And direct sometimes is when the drug is very small in quantity. Then you also have fibers. From the recipient, you get modified starches. This is what you get from the plant product. And then you modify it, the agricultural ways in different forms and better forms. Then you have the fibers, like I'm obtained from banana sweets. You also have mucilage. All these are excipients. And the comparative advantage is that they are renewable. That means you can't use them. They are chemical alternatives to the synthetic excipients. And they're often comparable when they've been tested together. And superior when you perform as a conventional excipient to plants. So, in summary, on the utilized and advantage resilient crops, farming was renewable foundation for pharmaceutical excipients. Bioactives and bio-based packaging. They are an alternative to petroleum-based materials. They are very toxic. And also, there are opportunities because we have enhanced bioactive profiles. Also, most of the drugs that are available, most of them, some of them, for some diseases, they are very toxic, they are long-term use, not safe. So the pharmaceutical industry is looking into going into agriculture and plant production of natural sources. So we have a lower environmental burden and also supply chain resistance. So the challenges will be data standardization because most times these standard drugs you already have a proof and you have to just standardize the ones that we are just producing. And also the regulatory harmonization like ICAC, like FD, most types, the drug has to be regularized, it's very important to them. But everything, if our drug development, especially for Africa, that's like how we develop our plant products into drugs. Then we have a logical competitiveness. Most times, synthetic drugs can also cheaper than plant products. Because initially, because the example of as a time in the frontier I gave, my first kid was very expensive. Until they were able to synthesize it and became cheaper. So most times plant-based products are more expensive compared to and also because so there's a call to action to prioritize systemic capitalization and the industries, manufacturing processes of science products. About the quality makers of Bangladesh, what about packaging minds, expert research. So thank you. Yes, I have a question for you. So any question? Any question?
Yes.
All right.
That is last one.
Thank you. That's not my question. I know those results. Right? What's the correlation for external support? I will measure something. How happy the man is. And the preservatives inside the loss. Or like the preservatives plant is. Not sure first. Very happy. I will take that story. I want to ask that some of the examples of this the so-called like nice books that we have, especially the side from Nigeria, that we be using for this becomes to the world. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I agree with you that methodology is a way to install it. But of course, now it's like our things and people out there to small social also as a everyone has a vision so still make a very good method whether it's one day or better than that. So
Thank you for the question. So I will start with the ground-based package. Now, drugs contain preservatives, most likely, but they have to be on the shelf for a very long time. A drug starts degrading right from time. Now, the preservatives you are having, they are plant-based. But this review doesn't cover preservatives actually. But good look into it. But the present preservatives we have in our studies are not. The packaging is what is to protect the drugs, like the split packaging that they put the tablets or the capsules, or maybe the bottles where they put the drugs most times. So what we're looking at here is to be able to, instead of using petroleum products, for example, plastics, to look at plant-based products that will actually have less toxic effects compared to petroleum packaging. But the preservatives for now, most preservatives are still chemicals, and it's not part of the study. They are not yet plant-based, but it's something that maybe the consumer industry will look at later. The examples of the underutilized process slides actually where the graph was from for Africa. So examples are like maize, like sorghum, like wheat, Like, for example, you guys are just action that we get from maize and from wheat, from sorghum, even presently, plant actives like this safety, if we for example, the drug we produce from it, that's getting natural plants, making a bioactive, like partly activate anyhow. Sometimes thank you very much. I reach out outside so thank you very much. Now, you know, our hall is a very space for it, right? So a program will be coming up very soon. And so we can avail other presenters. So we invite all presenters. So that we can have our questions. So when we are ready to take up the next section of the there is an advance of needs and so we like to take it forward. If you have, so we have 5. You bring synergy between the professionals, departments together in addressing the individuals, not also make use of this. My name is Achilles Sarah, and I'm presenting on behalf of other co-researchers. Topic harnessing indigenous African spices as phytogenic feed additives. Because of our time, I just brush through the introduction. Don't know that broiler eggs they are vital for meat production, and then for food security. And then turmeric and cinnamon is one of the spices that is being used for this research. And why? Because they possess antioxidants, antimicrobial properties. These are just some of the things that they produce. So the study is here to evaluate the effects of these spices on the carcass, milk, and intestinal organ. So the objective is to assess the effects of turmeric and cinnamon powder. You know, you have the powder, you have the leaf, you have the rhizome, you have so many on turmeric and other spices on the carcass of the intestinal organs, and also to determine the suitable stability of phytogenic additive for sustainable broiler production. We are just taking broiler, it doesn't mean that you can't put in other aspects of the poultry. But because broiler is meant for meat and egg, so that's why we are just taking the broiler. So the materials are metal 300 rules and 308 broilers. We have different kinds of broilers. So this is specific one that is being used for this research. And then the thing is used in a complete randomized design. Then the additive that we use is true drinking water. And we have 5 dietary treatments that were designed for this research. And they are in the next slide, experimental treatment. We have there the 50 gram and so on and so on. But the important thing is that this is the result. For the carcass, the experiment is being carried out in 6 weeks. The results are being taken 3 weeks and then the 6th week. That is twice for the whole of the experiment. So for the carcass, you observe that at week 3, all the carcass, the life weight, the dress, and all of those parameters did well at week 3. And then as week 6, the intestinal organs did well on the treatment in phase 3, which is the inclusion of 10 grams of turmeric powder and 10 grams of cinnamon powder. So this means that you don't really need too much of that content in the drinking water of the animal, because the treatment 4 is 15 grams, 25 is 20 grams, and then you have treatment 2, which is 0.5 50 grams, and then you have the control. But for these experiments, it's observed that as treatment 3, which is 10 grams, did well for both the carcass and intestinal organ. The German is looking at me. So anyway, that's just the bottom line for this experiment, and we conclude or recommend that turmeric and cinnamon can improve slaughter and breast weight, and then it can be used optimal at the inclusion of 10 grams per 10 grams for turmeric powder, and then 10 grams for cinnamon powder. I think I should stop now, but that's just the basic. Thank you for listening. No question. No question. So let's pick our question, please.
My name is Balu Messi, from the University of Nigeria. Thanks on behalf of me and my supervisor, and also my questions of this. The topic of my presentation is waste generation patterns and management strategy sector, the case study of the local government. The global hospitality industry faces increasing scrutiny regarding its environmental footprint, specifically waste generation. This is because I was seeing that establishment generates about 2.8 kilograms of waste per guest every day. Nigeria's hospitality sector grew by 20% in 2018 and emerged as one of Africa's fastest expanding markets. The local government represents a very critical hospitality hub with limited empirical waste management data. Municipal waste reach about 3,000 metric tons every day, only for 40% to be officially collected. Localized data for your hotel sector remains very scarce, hindering evidence-based policy. The objective of this research was to identify specific types of waste generated by hotel establishments, identify correct waste management practices developed by these hotels. The design was a descriptive survey research design collecting descriptive behavioral data. One of the study area was about the North, and the sample was 132 respondents from hotels. The sampling technique was a combined stratifier, and straight to the result, it was realized that the packaging waste in Ibadan, there's the packaging waste in Ibadan, 93.9%, followed by food waste, which is 1.1%, followed by paper and cardboard. Generated waste with the metal one, because the packaging, talking about the stones, spare parts from machines and all of that. So those ones are really easy. Then for the current waste management practices, was related to the house segregation, the recycling, the reuse, and specialized disposal. So I realized that segregation is mostly used for packaging, recycling is mostly used for packaging waste. Hazardous waste, we realized that specialized disposal is mostly used for hazardous waste. And for textiles, reuse is mostly used for textiles. Composting remains fairly absent with about 3.3%, despite the high organic generation of this hotel. So from these statistics, the analysis of operational systems was done, and I realized that it was hygiene driven, because food segregation prioritizes pest control and avoids and economic driven because recycling like plastics can be sold and then safety driven because hazardous waste needs to be handled securely. The structural and structural barriers, the infrastructural something that with collection things and access to common recycling facilities in Bangkok. We have economic constraints talking about sustainable waste management requires upfront investment in bins, training, and often prioritizing the low needed operational needs. Then we also have institutional failure about weak regulatory enforcement, then constraints theory, talking about the behaviors that reflect rational adaptation with resource constrained environment rather than ignorance, because the majority of the staff, by 1.5% of the staff, has tertiary education. So most of these people actually know all these things. So, conclusion and recommendation: the government should invest in subsidized composting and analyzing formal waste picker networks. They should conduct regular waste audits and stop all segregation gates so as to separate waste. Then the policy should also shift from awareness in the environment creation references. So the topic of the second one is the continuation from the last. Awareness and attitudes of hotels towards sustainable waste management practices. So, like I said before, the hospitality industry is facing mounting pressure to adopt sustainable waste management. And Nigeria faces mounting pressure from urbanization, tourism expansion, and all of these factors are also amplifying waste generation. And also it's a very critical tourism hub because of the number of tourist destination sites that are present in Bangalore. And this results in generation of lots of waste from several sectors. So human dimensions, specifically staff awareness and attitudes, are essential because they are often underexplored or researched about. The objective of this work is to assess the awareness level of sustainable waste management policies among frontline retail staff, and also evaluate the attitude of the staff towards waste management practices and environmental responsibility. Also to investigate the discrepancy between awareness or attitude and the operational implementation, talking about research gap, the attitude behavior gap, talking about the gap between their attitude, their awareness, and the actual working out of these things. So the research methodology of design is also the same as the last descriptive survey design. Sample at the same 132 staff members across 21 hotels. In talking about the results, was realized that national environmental standards and regulation enforcement agency, that's the first policy that was checked, or I tested the analysis on availability of this particular policy or agency. And talking about the Oyo State Waste Management Authority, their functions and their requirements, I also tested their knowledge on that. Talking about the national policy on plastic waste management, I also tested their knowledge on this too. So talking about their attitudes, was realized that staff, they have active commitment. Like I said before, these people are very aware about these policies, they are very aware, they know about them, but the problem is the implementation of all of their knowledge. They are willing to participate in training programs, they have a sense of personal responsibility towards cleanliness, and they also recognize that these people have experienced quality. So the attitude behavior graph, talking about awareness and practice. We are going to see from this model. There's a table that shows that food composting, staff are very aware about it, yet the implementation is very low. Packaging waste, they are aware about it, yet the implementation is still quite low. Hazardous waste, they are aware about it, but implementation is quite low also. So the structural and institutional barriers, the gap is driven by factors rather than capacity. So it's realized that people actually know about these things, So the gap is more of an external problem rather than an internal or an individual problem. Okay, right? Infrastructural justice, the economic constraint, also with the enforcement. So, commission by recommendation, major is that governments and interventions to choose their attention from awareness building to addressing systemic obstacles. Such that people about this also, we no longer need awareness. We need practical solutions to problems. These are my selected references.
Thank you very much.
Starting on the system protocol, my name is Sarah AGCP. So, whatever initiality. I want to talk about legalizing the culture for prevention of malnutrition among universities. Legalizing food culture for prevention of malnutrition among university students. So we want to talk about why university students eat all the jobs and they don't focus on food that will benefit their health, that will help them with their families and their lives. Introduction. University life marks the critical transitional period where young adults assume independent responsibility for their dietary choices, often leading to the erosion of healthy eating habits. We have the growing public health challenge and then independent dietary decision making. We have the undernutrition, we have the overnutrition in universities. We have nutrition documented widespread malnutrition deficiency among university students, calling for targeted nutritional intervention in the campus settings. We have this data analyze how conventional simple directives of malnutrition need to capture the food nutritional reality facing university students, especially in low and middle income countries. So this topic is about how students are not eating well in universities, how it's affecting their academic life. And we can now see that most of the university graduates, after they finish for some time, maybe when they continue their career and they break down because of how they eat the schools and how they actually see their dietary habits. We have factors contributing for poor food culture. We have the economic constraint. Everybody knows that Nigeria is there is no money and many people are facing economic constraint. So if we give them access to diverse nutritional food, limited financial resources is students. We have academic strength. Most of them will just get home and be like, I'm tired, I cannot prepare a good meal. So they just eat anyhow and eat whatever they are. We have inadequate nutritional interest. Some people don't know how to eat balanced diet. And this simple balanced diet is not most expensive, but they don't have the awareness and they don't know how they are going to combine the food together. We have campus food environment. How can our campuses, our universities, how can they help? We have food availability. If there is no food maybe in our canteens, if there is good food there, if students can actually go there and then eat. Possibility and accessibility. We have pricing and affordability. Our foods in schools should not be high price so that we be like that students can actually afford and it's okay. Then we have policy and reform. Policy maybe in universities that all the canteens, all the food that are selling food should be selling food that are nutritious to the health of the student and it should be avoidable. We have strategies for revitalizing food culture. What are the strategies? We have participatory and inclusion approaches. We have student-centered co-design, participatory and creation approaches that all these maybe that people that are into nutrition in schools, people that knows about balanced diets, they should create maybe like a club where they introduce students and then they teach them how to eat properly and how to eat properly. Then students centered co-design. The evidence underscore the critical importance of student-centered co-design, developing cultural relevance and contextually acceptable culture. Program that resolute the student population. Students can also form a group too, and then they lecture themselves, they teach themselves on how to eat balanced diet that will help them, that will help their health. Growth of stakeholders and policy consideration. There is nutrition, education, give our students education on nutrition, university administration, we have policy makers, and then community organization. This community organization is that maybe introducing as learners, as educators, we can introduce something in our community and teach them on how to eat good, on how to balance their health, and how to eat all these local foods that actually help them. We have the African and Nigerian content. Persistent micronutrient deficiency and outside rapid urbanization of food environments. We have limited institutional nutrition support infrastructure in place across Nigerian universities. We have the studies confirmed that global burden of studying nutrition among Nigerian adolescents. Growing urgency for content-specific, culturally appropriate intervention tailored to African sectors. Then we have key policy recommendation. Reform campus food environment, federal institutional policy alignment, community and local food system support, integrate nutrition into curriculum, digital nutrition and education platforms, participatory research and student agency. And then we have conclusion, we have multidimensional problem, we have systematic participatory infection, and we have African Nigeria urgency. Then number 4, we have future urgent priorities. So this is my conclusion that our university, before any goals can be achieved, and before there can be responsible consumption and production, start from students, and how we give and how we teach all the students in universities about nutrition and about their health is very important. Thank you for this.
Thank you very much. Now we can take our questions. It's quite grateful. One, three, 4, 5. Okay, so round 6 participants elections. Okay. We can step forward so they can have access to the panel.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Sorry, I want to start because of the last meeting. Yes. She said she was talking about schools, how schools should provide, how schools should provide this. I want to differ from that, and I want you to enlighten me. Now, I believe there are some countries providing treasures. It is right now versus right recommendations that they should the food should not be too expensive. And I want to ask, are they invoicing girls from heaven? Do you remember to say it should not be too expensive, but are they invoicing girls for stuff? How do you know what is paying? So I expect a recommendation by students should be encouraged, patronize the shelf. Students should be encouraged to amend students and resources. You don't need too much expensive, but people are looking. The make it accessible because we pay for their staffs. Students should have recommendation should cover more than school canteens. That is not part of my literature. Yeah. That's considered not providing nutrition. So thank you. No, I still have one. The first pharmacology. She recommended that we should use 20 grams of cinnamon, 20 grams of turmeric to take care of our broiler chicken. So what is the objective of this? What do you do for them? For them not to tell you, and how do you measure your grams? Do you go to the vet to buy this measurement? Or what do you measure to go by generic? How do you measure it? So then what is the implication for the pregnant? Layer the whole and
Good afternoon. Thank you, President, Chairman, Person. The question is to be, I think the second presenter. I talked about risk management process. Like one of the objectives you mentioned. Okay, one of the objectives you mentioned is talking about identifying the waste from the care. And I want to ask, how do you mail this? How do I mail that objective? Like identifying the data, be through the structure questionnaire or the waste auditing? Okay. The reason why I'm asking this kind of question is that you can't say you use a structured questionnaire to measure the type of waste because they are supposed to be a space, a very expensive space that you collect the waste and sort kind of maybe a time frame that, for example, maybe I even carry out the study to measure that objective that okay, you go to different scales and give them maybe this kind of light on for gather their waste and then you identify the source of it. That's what you can do and measure the type of waste, measure them. That's how you can identify the type of. But using a structured questionnaire that not just like the fact that waste mix like benefit. Okay, using a structured questionnaire to measure how the type of waste being collected in each day and not might not give us a picture. That I think there should be like a great audit to where I was objective. That's my thinking now.
Thank you. My observation is also your observation give us information on waste types generated and adopted. And we give us packaging waste, the 3.9% waste is 1.1 paper, then and the light. I was just thinking that the percentage for all not the percentage of each category of waste. Because we want to know that which one, assuming you want to run the waste now, telling us that packaging waste is the highest. You're able to know the lowest, but the way you calculated your percentage, you calculated the percentage for each waste, which is supposed to be the cumulative of all of them. Did you get it? Yes, look at it. The total waste is supposed to be 100%, not giving 100% for each waste. You can have the second one look at it. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Oluwatosin Babatunde, and my question is to the last speaker. She mentioned that for eating, that we should have conversations on balanced diet as students that would help us. But I would like to use myself as a practical example. My girls and I like to have conversations on balanced diet, what to eat and all of that. But that's not the problem for us because we have the pre-knowledge. So I feel like the recommendation should be more inclined or move towards how do we get funds to get those, because we have that conversations a lot on balanced diet. So how do we get the funds, get those food in place?
Okay. First of all, I would like to appreciate all the presenters. Thank you so much for your presentations. They are very engaging. So my question is on the speaker on the topic. Okay. My question is to the speaker that spoke on harnessing indigenous African spices in broiler. So my questions are two actually, and they are a bit practicable. Okay, the first one is, because considering the fact that there is starter stage and there is finisher stage in broiler, in growing broiler chicken. So my question is basically that at what stage are you introducing those spices? Is it at the beginning when they are day old, or week 3 or week 5, or just towards the maturity stage? So I think I was expecting a holistic representation, like the chart of that ethical use of the spice. And the second one is, how cost effective is that to smallholder farmer? Thank you.
That's it. My question is for us. Concerning the indigenous use of turmeric and what's the last thing or broiler chicken, can those things, can they represent the normal medicines, normal factory medicine that we use for them? Like all those vaccines we give them, can those things help to replace those things?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for my question. You talked about what causes students eat unhealthy food. You mentioned that junk food, the input is cheap. And I want to ask, are junk food really cheap? Because if you really check it, you eat anyhow food in the morning, you are going to eat it in the afternoon, you are going to eat it in the evening, and you're not even going to be satisfied. So you spend more. Two, my second question is, it's not really a question, but because when you talk, this in public, it's like, it has to be promised. It also has to be business people, business admin. You're also reaping the person that is selling jobs of their job, which the Nigerian economy is very hard, and everybody are trying to earn a living. You are now telling, I know jobs do not help, but this is where they earn money from. So what do you now suggest that such people should now do to earn a living? Thank you very much. I think we are taking up all the questions. So I believe I can add my own now. Yes, I have questions for the presenter on phytochemicals using plant-based underutilized crops for drugs and likes. Now, my question is, as an horticulturist, I know that some crops are underutilized, but climate change has affected the production of some. Some of them don't even exist presently. Now, how do we harness this opportunity? Now, I now think we have a database that gives us the list of probably top 10 non-underutilized crops that are of use in phytochemicals. So I think that information will help to know, okay, Nigerians, scholars, let's go for the top 5 underutilized crops that are not in existence. Let's bring them up, then they can be useful for the farmers. Then on the way to management, thank God, the people gave us permission. So in our visit hotels, they have 81.1 food waste. So we can use that to generate. I hope I have given the solutions that we said that. Yeah. Then on students, well, I think more should be done on their boundaries. Because students will tell you they don't have money for food, but they have money for hair. So I think you should also work on prioritizing their health over any other thing. So that would channel their mindset to getting good food instead of good looks. Don't come for me. Using cinnamon, turmeric, right? Yes, I would suggest that you extend the work to organoleptic properties. At least for you to use those two spices, they will definitely affect the color of the meat. There is no way they will not affect the color of the meat. And you know, people are skeptical about what they consume and how the output is. So far, we can extend the work to that aspect so that we can give a holistic conclusion on what you have used. Then on the chat, someone is asking to know more about your work. So you can collaborate with the person by dropping your contact on the platform so that the person can reach out to you. So now we are still waiting for the other participants to join us. So we still have time to take on other presentations. But before then, so any other, I want to give you for one or two contributions before we round up this session.
Before I start some of the questions.
Now, questions to answer. So the presenters will come up to give us an answer. Please let us know.
I know as a farmer, the aim of every farmer is to make production and to make good market weight of your animals. So the inclusion of this thing is just to look at how can you improve the carcass weight. Carcass weight is when you slaughter and after slaughtering and all that. What is still the weight of the animal? So how do you measure the gram? Like I said, the gram is 10 grams, and your teaspoon is 5 grams. So if you put 2 teaspoons into 4 liters of water, that should serve. And if you have your kitchen scale, very sensitive scale, you can also use that. There is a research that is still coming of that to make those into a cube-like structure that you just drop in the water. So you don't need to measure. You just drop it, it will have been measured and it will dissolve in the water itself. So parameter, some are not getting the measurement. You know, there is difference between people, pool, and all that. So that will be taken care of. But for the purpose of this research now, a 10 gram is used for into a 4 liter. Then somebody asked that at what stage do you give them? For this research, we started from the onset, from the first week to the 6th week, and which the readings were taken at 3 weeks, and that's why you have different results for each of the readings. Then somebody said, what about the other birds? Yes, you know, in poultry, you have different birds. You have one for meat production only, you have the one for egg production. And there is a literature that has documented that turmeric powder increase egg quality, egg the production, you know. There is a research on that, but for our own research, we are just looking at broiler, which is just meat production. Thank you. No, the weight. Thank you.
First question is that food that anybody can take, how do you make of it, despite the fact that they are selling quality? What I can say is that for you to eat good food, sometimes it is expensive, but it's not expensive. If you see all these vegetables, all these vegetables that we buy, they are not expensive. It's something that they can actually prepare in their canteen, or they can actually prepare another food. But now at home, prepare good food, maybe well, do amala or oil. If you see that, if you see the amount, you put it in, and then you see that, okay, if I tell you that, you see that you are going to make a lot of profit. Let me say, for example, to akara at home, and then you see that what you eat into, and then you say that, okay, what if I sell it to foreigner, what if I sell it to foreigner, you see the amount. Despite the fact that they are still making expensive food and the previous food, that doesn't mean that they should now hide it as because they are in the environment. Because most of the countries do that.
What they think that, oh, yeah, they are collecting money from us, they just increase the price every now. So it doesn't mean that if you increase the price, they will pay that. It's not there. Like, I know it is. If you check different canteen in university campus, sometimes like, this food man is good, but it's not expensive. This food man is expensive because of see that you are student. And most of the people that are selling, like, maybe you are student, you have money, buy it, whatever price you want. Then you say, oh, say, how to get it out? You can get more to eat food. People, your parents are sending you money. And despite the fact, we are in this technology stage whereby you are doing something for yourself, selling something that you are getting profit, fee for yourself and it's better for yourself. Can be this small business by selling something or going to digital world, there's copywriting and do copywriting and getting money to fund yourself, to fund your lifestyle. You are the one that want to make your life. One thing I noticed about students is that they like prioritizing themselves, making their hair looking good than eating. Because I actually, when I was in school that time, you see some of my colleagues that will prioritize buying bags and making them, they're not getting for it. So just prioritize yourself, set the priority right, and then you get it right. And work with that, how we don't make it profit. I'm not saying that it should not be. Well, most of them, they use jobs as their money food, option food, and nice food. I'm just saying that just prioritize it, maybe you might eat rice or something like that in the morning, maybe in the afternoon, during the class, and buy jobs, and they will still sell, no matter what. And this one I say that it's not eating jobs that most of the jobs you are saying, there's some. Not you see that maybe most of this stuff, especially this stuff, buy it from people that are even selling it. No, it's not like so you might not be eating just all the time, just once in a while. It's not as if people that are selling just yourself. And people that are selling just make it good for their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know some of our questions were it was more around what we have. So I want to appreciate all of us for our participation. We have talked about energy, we have talked about modernized crops, we have talked about spice, waste, right? So I know all these things give us more information on what to do and how to bridge the gap to come up with solutions in circular economy. So my name is Dr. Abiola, it is President Jenna.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. You are welcome to sit down. Like what I want to say. Welcome to our exercise, 40 exercise. And I also want to say the keynote address that relates to keynote address, the message that will be on this session. Which one should we do first? Which one should we do first? Or you like the exercise? Okay, let's start it. Stand up, stand up. Nice. Let's start. Let's finish. And there is 4. Start. Please. Now, pick a level. Pick a level. Pick a level. Pick a level. Remind me again to start in 1. So to start, like I have a wrong shape. My way on the phone, it's my friend or my neighbor. So I'll do something I'll start. Whatever I'm doing, will repeat. Sometimes I stop, I will speak. Then you will not do what I did earlier. Up to next. For example, if I tell you nothing, that's a stop. I didn't go to him, I didn't do something crazy. Right? And I will now be doing what we got to. You get it out. Okay, so let's start. Don't watch yourself. Start. Start. Okay. I can't. So, please. Yeah. I can hear you. I can even still hears you. Oh, yeah, that's that.
Good morning, distinguished leaders, royal fathers, esteemed captains of industry, respected academics, and sustainability stakeholders, partners, and the organizers of the annual Circularity, fathers, esteemed captains of industry, respected academics, and sustainability stakeholders, partners, and the organizers of the annual Circularity Africa Conference. All protocols duly observed, please. It is a pleasure for me to bring you goodwill from Nestle Nigeria as you convene the 7th edition of the Circularity Africa Conference, an important gathering of minds and makers shaping the Africa that we want. It would have been my utmost pleasure to be with you physically, but due to other commitments that I couldn't move, I am sending this virtually to you. So please accept our warmest congratulations to the Africa Circular Economy Research and Policy Network and the Global Affairs and Sustainable Development Institute of Osun State University for convening this milestone conference. 7 years is not merely a number, it is proof of consistency, of community, and of conviction. You have created a very credible platform where academia meets industry and community, where evidence informs policy and ideas move closer to implementation. Because circularity, indeed, is not a slogan, it is a development strategy. So this year's theme, Harnessing African Food Culture for a Sustainable Circular Economy, is both timely and very deeply relevant. In a region where over 60% of people depend on agriculture for their livelihoods, our food culture is more than a tradition. It is an engine for sustainable consumption, production, and economic growth. You see, at the heart of Africa's rich diversity of people, of cultures, of geographies, food is our common language. Food unites us around the celebration of key life moments from birth to transition. We gather around food to celebrate. We gather around food to comfort each other in grief. And what is a wedding, or a graduation, or a birthday, or a naming ceremony without food? You see, from cultivation to the preparation and serving of food, our cultural heritage is expressed and honored. And this is why food culture can be our strong lever for unity and circularity. We can advance inclusive, resilient, and uniquely African circular systems by honoring culture and integrating innovation. The questions before us today are clear and urgent. How do we design out waste and design in value in our agricultural value chain? Who must act? Is it government? Is it business? Is it academia, communities, or all of us? And I dare say we know that answer already. Now, the other question is, and by when do we have to move from policy to systems at scale? When do we move from policy to plates? The future will not wait for perfect plans. It will only reward deliberate action. So at Nestle Nigeria, we recognize that a truly circular economy is built not by one organization or by one group, but by an aligned ecosystem. It requires strong partnerships, enabling policies, reliable infrastructure, and informed citizens. This is why we value platforms like this one, this conference, because they bring the right people to the same table to share knowledge, to strengthen evidence, and to catalyze practical solutions that can be scaled across geographies and industries. In this work, collaboration is indeed a competitive advantage. So Nestle Nigeria remains committed to collaborating with like-minded partners to accelerate circular solutions across packaging, responsible sourcing, and food systems resilience, so that African food systems can continue to contribute meaningfully to inclusive growth and the sustainable development goals at scale. Our shared ambition is very simple. We need to turn today's commitments into tomorrow's measurable outcomes. And so once again, we commend the organizers for their leadership and foresight. And I wish us very rich conversations, bold commitments, and practical pathways to implementation. May we live here not only inspired, but truly aligned and ready to make circularity visible in our policies, our investments, and our everyday choices. Let this conference be remembered not just for what was said, but what was aligned and what the next steps are. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's continue to enjoy a very fruitful conference 2026. Thank you.
And then sometimes they are tried. so that they can use to feed animals. And not too long ago in my community back home, somebody mentioned cotton, and then I remember I used to food like that, but I didn't like it. But the principle is the principle is that when you yeah, and people finish it, yeah, what do? You try the excess. You dry it and keep it. Don't let it dry everything. When there's shortage of food, you crush it and use it to make porridge. Then, so you can see that we own these things. We own these things. So our kitchen waste is gone. You know, there was a time what I do is I will flush the offers. Because if you throw them outside and something else. But later, I do that any longer. What I do now is keep them and boil them, keep them and use them to feed my plants. So everything is social. So we keep moving because then I can see the man out there is looking at me. I will rush a little because I know since it is with us, we are just stipulating ourselves. Remember what we know so that we go and start practicing. You know? Every average African person, they travel. And wherever you are, this is our generation, what we do, anything we say, plant inside. So, like this. So, it is indigenous. Indigenous, uses indigenous methods, indigenous techniques, getting things done. I just mentioned one where excess, yeah. So, drying, smoking, salting, fermentation. How many of us here do not like smoked fish? Doesn't like smoked fish. He says delicacy anyway. Smoking is an method of preservation. We own it. And thank God we are doing well in that. Because we are protecting our smoke. So let's do say in other things. Smoking something, comes and expand the mentioned these things. And what does this thing do? It extends shelf life, reduce waste, definitely. Instead of getting rotten, what happens to preserve it and reduce it? This was better ability to, or the product has better ability to withstand whatever happens later. People insect infestation, it's not able to attack. And we humans too gives us resilience because there's something to fall back to. It reduces dependency on energy. We have to save more dependency on energy. Last week I bought one and I had and those of us that are there control. What we depend on is so you store it, expecting that the things are preserved. I got there is a different story. If I had smoked, dried them, or if I dried them, we stick to them. All I need to do is to do. So transition from circular to linear. What that means is that we were actually practicing circular and gradually migrating, thinking and socializing, and we are modernizing lifestyle. So we migrated to linear, and now it's developing. But thank God, we are learning fast. So, what is the reason for the migration, urbanization? I remember when we were younger, and during holidays we go, we had this take to go and try. It's less than my try something. Less than in food. Less than in Lagos. Urbanization is and it's not giving us access to those things we naturally that found to live. And also, of course, we need for alternatives. But now I don't be looking for alternatives. We can always be Can't we? We can. And we do that. So urbanization creates a lot of waste. You all know, when we think to keep this water, what happens? What happens to the bottles? Sachets, so what happens to them? The nylon we used to take our it's like what happens to it? When it is we know what happens. We do it here, it will decay. And what we do again, it will add nutrients to your soil. So it depends on plastic. And when the packaging was adding to our head, because I read somewhere that it will like has the components, carbohydrate component that's sweet. Now, it's nourishes us. For this plastic, what we add poison, whether in the freezer or when we heat them as poison. It also causes disconnectivity. There's no connection between what we are doing and its source. If you throw away the leaf, you return it to where it came from. But what we do now, nothing is returned. What we do return? No poison. That's nylon. That's what you return. So there's this connection between the source and that I'm using it. Then there's also lack of connection. There are no connections between my activities and this. We go straight and then it ends there. We start and down. So no connection with production system. We also try to improve on our productivity, industrialize, but there is no circularity that's industrialization. It's as a result of our migration. Moving away circularity to linear system. So when we produce this, we are not thinking of what happened to the environment, just do what we want to do and move on. So we use nutrients, a lot of waste, it's soil is depleted, the system is stressed. Stress and a serious concern for this of us natural resources management, biological one, that's a concern. I'm not even be talking about some other people share duty as maybe a share so it's something we must write up to. Because I ask myself, when all these water systems dry, what happens to us? Do you think agriculture will sustain us? Do you think you have enough poultry birds to feed? Do you think your animals will have places to graze? Because all what we are doing is shaping the water system. It's reducing the usage, the nutrients, the natural nutrients, the natural resources are reducing, and aquaculture is growing. So I don't know where we want to end it. So agriculture and circular transformation is something we all need. Agriculture by this where practice connected is circular. And the way it's practiced naturally by our parents. When you say somebody is a farmer, so thinking of somebody who plants the crop. He has all sorts. An average person, an average family has everything. Not have fish pond. But that might not be possible. But he probably has a water body somewhere that he fishes from. And that's what he does. So thank you very much. I think what I want to go. Some sectors are linked. And we are various practices shows the linkage. There was integration. Integrate of production. We must integrate of production with all forms of animal. Not just align them to and down to say facts. We should have the law from from our waste to take care of it. So now, what production and how it benefits the environment, livestock benefits the environment, forest system also does that. The wildlife ecosystem does that. I'm sure we do not think of that, but it has a lot to do with its habitat, with maintenance of the ecosystem. So when we put everything in this perspective, in its right place, fishes and different things with the gathers, fisheries, they are there, and one is not removed excessively, causing trophic cascade and ecosystem disturbance. All these things in the right quantity, in the right place, getting close to what we are used to doing. Circularity thrives in connection. All this put together. Like I said, an average farmer does all. So to be a farmer, most of our students, when you ask them, so that's something I make economies, I don't know the routine, I don't know they said I make juice. So they want to either go to economics or go to water. And I say, but I don't know if agree. How will you be like me? I don't go to animal science or whatever. And one of them eventually, she has a PhD. She's happy for it. So everything is together and it can be worked together. It's not saying we should not specialize, but even in our specialization, we should recognize that the other components must also survive. Sorry, Dr. Akintole. Sorry. So the agroecology system and soil regeneration waste practice are coping, which is natural with our parents and with us. It's not natural with us. So I don't keep talking about our parents, and we are here. We are also mulching, agroforestry, cover covering, and farm system. We plant here, next time we are not planting out it. We allow it to regenerate, to cover itself. So this promotes restoration of ecosystem through natural means as opposed to adding chemicals. That at the end of the day, we talk of bleaching and all. And the practices also our dependency, fertilizer, to improve soil structure, and the like. Agro-waste valorization. Yeah, it's also very important. You may not need that thing. You don't know what you can use it. But could be useful for something. Even though it's not coming back, like the if you shoot and decay and then add the things and all that, it may just be something else that is produced. But what is important is nothing is discarded. I don't know if we've been to this farm in Port Novo. Yes, sometimes. In fact, if you go there now, what you saw 2 years ago will be different from what you see now. It keeps using the same resources, just moving them from one place to another. And it's something we can do. And it started small. Even Nigerians are now calling me to come and do that. So we can do that, and we will do that. Agroforestry, of course, fishes and river culture are not hold you up here and just see them. Fishes and agriculture, there are so many parts of it that we can explore in circularity and to regenerate natural system and on our food production. All the things we have to do is to minimize losses. wastages and increase our opportunities. So we have to improve on our storage systems. What characterizes our food system now? Poor storage system, poor storage, weak transportation, inadequate processing, unstable market, and many more. All this weakening food system. Agriculture, we don't have enough to stay. However, food loss reduction is one of the biggest measures to enhance food security without increasing the size of agricultural land. And in my work issues, one of the things I like to emphasize is the need to reduce losses. And I see it as a way of managing the resources. Because if they have enough, they will not put too much pressure on the water. And if you don't put too much pressure, there will be no depletion. So minimizing losses is central to our increasing food production. Culture, our culture has a role to play in sustaining circularity, people, and regeneration. Culture that shapes consumption pattern, our behavior. A typical African will not stand by for a child to waste food. We will see those small children, when you give them the points on the floor, they will still eat. Maybe it's simple, that it will not be wasted, you see it. So, our values, our relationship with our environment, they are good, and we should maintain them. So when we say we are not here to introduce circularity generation to us, we are simply saying what is obvious. This is part of us, it's our culture, it is what we are born to do, it's what we have been doing. It takes effort to migrate from it. So we made effort to move back. So now, if it takes effort to come back to what it should be, why not? So people learn here moderation. It's part of us, moderation. Communal sharing. After harvest, what happens? Take this to Mama, see, yeah, you know, Mama, Dada, we share. The same land that you also planted and we share and give you. When you harvest, you also give you. You know? And it doesn't matter. Maybe I give one, I give you two. I give you three, I give you one, but we share. It's part of us. Communal sharing is part of it, so that nothing is wasted. Respect for nature, we respect nature. I understand that hunters don't, when they mistakenly capture or kill an animal, or they find the female animal that's pregnant, they ensure that they see a nursing animal, they do not kill it. So we respect nature, and then we are stewards of our environment. These are good things we have to keep up. If we want advance in this issue of moving things around and causing here to the generation of what we are doing before, we must carry our seeds, youth. We must carry them along. And then we must all I don't know. The best we can have them will be 50-50. So we cannot do without those two groups. Youth and the current youth, present day youth, they are energetic, they are resourceful. People, I never knew this thing. When I was younger. But the first packaging I would see was from a young girl who sealed the bottle of granules. And there's no limit to what they could do what they can imagine, what they can explore. For those of you who are parents, you know how to use your phone. You know those who maximize the usage. This thing. So it needs them. Even if it is for them to breathe, then we learn from them and we might improve on it, or they do those things and we do them well. So we must have them. You remember an adage in the Bible that says that orange cat, see that? If you want to walk so what's carrying them? Because they will improve on it. They will do better than because we can do better than our parents. But the problem we have is that we're brainwashed for their back. Right? Or are we not back? They are back. Society, the problem is with our generation. 40 years and or do we have that? So when we can make a change, start doing what you can, and let them see the joy in it better. So we also need everything once we back into good progress. And hope for this transformation we are talking about. That is to normalize between us. So we all now want to the government must encourage the adoption of circular economy. So levels, put up a standard for it, support green financing, waste management, because where it is now, difficult to manage, difficult to handle. Even though that what is managing them, they manage them when there is a right voice. The universities, such as University of Education through mainstream circular economy, into the education. I was just thinking of it, I was asking myself, how do I put this into words and teaching? You know, even if it's not there, we can take it in. Those of us who are knowledge, anywhere we are said, we can find a way of teaching. But there's no way to teach your courses, and there's no, there will be a way through which you can enter and the people. So let us use the opportunity. Let's encourage, let's start, even if we are not encouraged, you know, it's like publish or so then for you to publish and prosper, why not also find out how it is and it will help us? Let's propose interdisciplinary collaboration. Let's do it. Let's not want to, there's a project to be done. Then you are looking for senior with junior. And that is the problem we are doing. Start shouting. You see, as no problem, I'm the one that got that we need send it to school. So when it comes, it's coming to me. And in most cases, small grants are never because we have when we did it, I think when I spent to everything. Yes, I know that was campus. I bring them here and I just hold it to them. I think I took them to where? And Professor Magari said, tell them to come, they will come and be by themselves. And they wait and teach everything. So, anything. So let's keep all those things and move forward. That's very vision. Do the work. Then you can start making give preference to the person who needs it. And then sometimes you might also need it. Also give yourself. The private sector, you need to also design value chain, adopt sustainable practices, reduce waste, wasteful. Now, their colleagues. Africa has resources that the world is searching for. We have resources that the world is looking for. Ecological wisdom. We have it. We have biodiversity. Nobody can contest that. We have it. They are as diverse as the variations we have in our environmental factors. All those things, though you are spending blowing, let's say food, but that's advantages. And that is why the people out there that has you 20, no, we have diversity. And they're all very important. In recent times, we are getting to go there. And sometimes they say, so destroy your kidney. All those chemicals are also destroying kidney. They are destroying liver. So let us be wise. Ecological wisdom. Let's use it and let's our resources and use them. We are told that those natural things, the body use them better than synthetic ones. So why are we disturbing ourselves? So we have adaptive resilience, and Nigerians have more. More. When was 500? By just 700. 800. I think I was 150. But it's not a long time. It's all right. So we have it. Then, what are we again? We are a community. We have a community centered. Nobody can beat us to that. And it's lovely. It's lovely, but it's not something to agree. Just yesterday, I was just listening and said, I'm free acting. No, so this is a father I didn't remember. So I still hold that. If I were a white person and she is one, so I know everybody has everything that she is. So let us use what we have. The new world economy will reward efficiency. So our labor will not be wasted to reward us. It will reward sustainability, it will reward regeneration, and it will reward circularity. So Africa can lead the world. We can definitely lead the world generative agriculture. We can lead the world. We can lead the world circular food systems. We can lead the world in blue economic innovation. We can lead the world in agroecological transformation. So, if we must lead the world, we must lead. We must do it. We must have confidence. We must do it ourselves. We shouldn't be afraid of failure. You do it again in a better way, and then you get it the way. That's it. So we need to dissociate ourselves from the perception of our tradition as being backward. We are not. Instead, we need to consider them to be the building block of innovation. So we have mentioned what we all need to do. So if I'm needing to call to action again, it will be. But then, policymakers, but we need our community. So let them give us enabling environment. New researchers, great and small, we call and upgrade our traditional documenting. Some people sponsored indigenous knowledge connection, and they wanted us to come and sign that we release it to them. I did not sign them, and I signed that. It's not your own. or you can use it on your own. So let us document. Entrepreneurs, all of us are. Let us all cash to train. Educators, most of us are. Educators, people are access on ecological literacy and system thinking. As you are trying to already thinking what we have, what can they produce from, how do I dispose it, and how does it go, and all that. So that's everything. Then to the development partners, keep on investing. Invest on local innovations that you will get the reward. South Africans, don't let your heritage be behind the back. It is what? It's strength. Circularity is not something that Africa is, but they have established that. All we need to do is to rediscover what we lost. We need to make it, and then we need to make it more specific. The core of this concussion in the money and in the victim. Make it specific. Then let us scale it. And our food culture and nothing that. For the Atepa, anytime I go and buy in a store, I think this for this as long as I have light to keep. So our food culture, it is great. Let's keep on holding it, doing it, a foreign role. I see you very along this. They are very beautiful. Let's keep it so. So all these websites and living systems that are resilient, sustainable, generate. Africa can be able to use them wisely, not just atoms. Send to future, shape, and perhaps future generations stay adaptable. And Africa opted out, merely eating the future, but they regenerate it. Thank you very much. Okay.
Raise your hand. I need time to ask questions. Raise your hand. One. I said 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's not up to 10. You see now. I'll ask questions. I think it's not up to 10. So maybe let's tell people count. We talk about this today, right? What I want you to suggest is that I will deliberately ask us to our platform. So if there are questions, can just now this so very like I want to have a question on that that I belong to who is going to value addition Africa. I think we are if you get like over there, you see a model and more. Yeah. So I guess just at so probably faculty of technology, department of food technology. Not each department.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of the organizers of the 7th Annual Circularity Africa Conference,
I would like to present this last paper as the token of appreciation for being the keynote speaker at this year's conference.
Thank you very much. Identify, empower. So we have 10 papers. And I see those who are here to present. I want to take a number. If you can present our results, fine. If you are here to present, you are scheduled for today. From four, right? So that's